Hello, my neighbor. How's your weekend going? Are you having fun yet? Come and join us. Follow us. Come on. Hello, my neighbor. How's your weekend going? Are you having fun yet? Come and join us. Hello, my neighbor. How's your weekend going? Are you having fun yet? Come and join us. Follow us. Come on. Hello, my neighbor. How's your weekend going? Are you having fun yet? Come and join us. Follow us.
It's 8 a.m. on Monday morning. John has put on his best suit and is finally getting ready to leave home. Except today, he's not headed to the office. He's going to the federal courthouse in Santa Ana, California, where he and 11 other randomly selected Americans will serve as a federal jury to decide if a small team of indie developers are members of organized crime. Facing them is one of the biggest video game giants using the American justice system to crush the competition for its upcoming game. So now for John, he'll have to decide whether David or Goliath is right. Blizzard made me fall in love with video games. Even more than that, their games helped build part of the person I've become. I think I've played all their games, and it was with them that I first cheered out loud during a pro match. It was with them that I spent nights and nights with friends traversing the world of World of Warcraft to try out Overwatch. They were my favorite game studio, the best. Yet today I hate what they've become. They just filed a 51-page lawsuit invoking the U.S. RICO Act, a law originally put in place to dismantle the American mafia, except here it's against a small team of indie devs. Well, it must be said that this small team is ruining one of Blizzard's most lucrative businesses. These guys found a way to overshadow a game that has seemed untouchable in its genre for over 20 years, World of Warcraft. Even if you haven't played it, you've surely heard of the greatest massively multiplayer game in history. A game where you play as a character that you level up, exploring the wonderful world of Azeroth with other players, fighting monsters and raiding dungeons of all kinds to become ever more powerful. Since its release in 2004, the game has had 11 expansions, millions of active players every month, and is based on a completely outdated economic model. The subscription. You have to play WoW, you have to pay euro 13 a month, and that's been the case for 22 years, a total of over 3,000 years. And I don't know about you, but when I was 15, my parents were definitely not okay with giving me 13 euro a month so I could put in 35 hours a week on a video game. Because yeah, that's what it is, right? It's an extension of your life, a full-time job where you can pour every available second of your existence into it. And that's where what we call private servers appear. Private servers are basically just illegal World of Warcraft servers, unofficial and therefore free. Except they're also one of the best things to happen to the game for many reasons. The first, the most obvious, is that many players started playing on private servers, unable to afford the subscription and wanting to test the game without going broke. And eventually, if you really like the game, you are forced at some point or another to switch to an official server and pay. Because a private server is illegal by nature, it can close and disappear at any time, and you as a player lose dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of hours invested in your character who, over the course of your adventure, has almost become an extension of yourself. And well, private servers were also known for being completely buggy, sometimes almost unplayable, but we'll get back to that later. Blizzard, who in the early years waged a systematic war on all private servers that appeared, gradually shifted to a form of tolerance because they were actually a way to acquire new players, at least as long as they didn't cross certain red lines. And as you will see, Blizzard has several big red lines, and crossing them can earn you a visit from an army of lawyers. One of these red lines is money. A certain Allison Reeves, we're not quite sure of his identity, and you'll soon understand why, was a guy who ran a private server in 2010 and had the bright idea of implementing a system where for €1, you didn't just get 1, but 2 levels in the game. That might seem trivial, but as you get closer to the maximum level, level 60, going up 1 level can take tens of hours. So a huge number of players paid. You could also, for $300, receive all the rarest and most powerful items in the game. In short, little nice boosts that are obviously cheating. The PayPal account for this little innocent business received $3 million. 427,000 players were registered on the private server, 40,000 played monthly. And Blizzard doesn't like that at all. If your server helps players come and pay for a subscription with us later, that's okay. However, this server, which has thousands of players and offers cheating services, the guy is making millions, millions that we, Blizzard, could be earning. That is intolerable. The red line has been completely crossed. Blizzard sends its army of lawyers to drag Allison Reeves to court, where he doesn't even show up, and the court rules that the $3 million was stolen from Blizzard. Add to that the $65,000 in legal fees incurred by the American company, plus the lost revenue from 427,000 registered players, which is, at a rough guess, about $200 a head. About $200. $85 million. All told, Allison Reeves ends up with $88 million in damages to pay to Blizzard. Strangely, there hasn't been any info on the guy since, and I hope he never got caught, because otherwise, if you ask me, he must still be breaking rocks somewhere to pay it all back. The lesson from this story is that stealing is wrong, and stealing from Blizzard hurts a lot. Well, that was the first red line Blizzard established. But the truth is that when Blizzard shut down that server, 3 new similar ones appear instantly after, and all of them will implement this shop system to buy things in the game. And that's how all private servers became a huge business. All of them, except for one small French project that resisted the greed of profit. Project made with exceptional love that would change the history of World of Warcraft and video games. Oh, games. But this server would cross a new red line for Blizzard, making them look like big losers. Mize. World of Warcraft evolved a lot over the course of the expansions, notably in 2010 with Cataclysm. An expansion that changed the game's philosophy, becoming more accessible, easier, and marking the end of WoW's peak. The record for the number of peak players was reached that year with 12 million, but would only go down in the following years. One of the reasons, not the only one obviously, is that many players preferred the old World of Warcraft, the 2004 game, which was extremely hard, where if you didn't interact with other players, it was nearly impossible to survive in Azeroth. We even start to see a movement of players who, from 2010 on, recurrently ask Blizzard to re-release old versions of the game so that players can play vanilla, meaning the 2004 version. In 2013, the executive producer at Blizzard gets a bit tired of these questions about vanilla and decides to answer them once and for all publicly.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big tech right now is run by a bunch of elitist people who all happen to vote the same way and who all happen to live in huge cities on the West Coast. And so Result Hunter takes those elitist values and elitist sources and kind of pushes them down.
Okay, so the guy openly disrespects his own players by saying that they're just poor, nostalgic people, but deep down, they don't really want to play an old game. That's a jerk's response, and we'll try to ignore the world of 2026 with all its reboots, remasters, and other old franchises popping up out of nowhere. Blizzard's message has the merit of being clear. Blizzard is never going to invest the resources to bring back an old version of its game. Nobody really wants to play it anyway. This guy is onto something. He's a visionary. Though there's a small group of about 30 guys led by someone named Viper and Damon, who are the project ambassadors who, once again, we don't have their exact identities, but I can tell you two things about these guys. They are French, and they are huge geeks who, in their free time, are going to launch a completely crazy project. If Blizzard doesn't want to give us the 2004 World of Warcraft, we'll remake it ourselves. Who else? They organize like a company, structuring teams of devs, game masters, and testers, analyzing World of Warcraft's code and giving themselves a name driven by their nostalrius. This small team performs what's called reverse engineering, analyzing a finished product, taking it apart piece by piece to understand exactly how it works, and little by little, they rebuild the version of WoW. Even better than that, they improve parts of the code and create a nearly perfect version. Their very first video on their YouTube channel dates back to July 25, 2010, and it's to announce that they've managed something crazy, something never seen before on a private server. And this great feat they announced to the world with great fanfare is that monsters no longer walk through walls. Sounds silly, right? But on private servers back then, everything was truly bugged. Most servers were unplayable, and remaking a game like World of Warcraft, a game developed by an army of brilliant people at Blizzard from your bedroom with a team of friends, is nearly impossible. One of the classic bugs back then was pathfinding. The monsters would just charge at you in a straight line through the scenery instead of following the map's path. But yes, rebuilding the actual game's navigation system without Blizzard's code is a nightmare, something nearly impossible. Well, they did it. In their free time, they manually recoded something that Blizzard had engineers for. Obviously, there is no source code for this, and nobody's paying them. I'll even say that at that moment, nobody even cared about their pathfinding. It honestly interested no one, but they were just a group of passionate guys doing it for the love of the game. And they just kept at it like that, remaking WoW for 5 years. For 5 years, they would figure out how Blizzard technically created World of Warcraft and rebuild it bit by bit. And finally, when they reached a version they were happy with, they opened their server, a server that faithfully recreated World of Warcraft just like the original. Come on, maybe 500 players will join Nostalrius, 500 nostalgic fans using word of mouth to say, hey, we can play WoW like it's 2004, except the server is actually perfect. You can rediscover the world like the first time, no bugs, the experience is insane, and thousands of players 12 years after their first steps in World of Warcraft nostalgically rediscover this world that completely captivated them. Even that, recent WoW players want to see what the game was like before. It's a tidal wave that crashes onto the server. At its launch in February 2015, we instantly see over 6,000 concurrent players, and not even a year later, we're looking at over 800,000 created accounts and 150,000 active players every month. And here, remember what the Blizzard guy said 2 years earlier? You think you do, but you don't, my friend. You don't. Compare that to the first private server we talked about. It's twice as many accounts, 3 times as many players every month, and it instantly becomes the most popular server in history for a version of the game that is over 10 years old. And if a smaller private server was able to make over $3 million, the team behind Nostalrius has gold in their hands and they won't make a dime. No shop system, no way to purchase any kind of advantage in the game. The only thing you can do is play World of Warcraft exactly like in 2004. No cheating, no compensation system for the team that worked so hard to make Nostalrius a reality. And you're probably saying there must at least be a little donation button on their site to thank them for the years of work it took to pull this off. Well, no, and they even say it themselves. If you think we should be getting money for the work we've done and are providing for the server, you're wrong. We do this for World of Warcraft to see players discover or rediscover this world that changed our lives, and they ask for nothing more. Not all hero capes. And to know that beyond their time, they also use their own loved ones' money to keep the servers running. The infrastructure for thousands of players to log into the game simultaneously is relatively expensive. Actually, it gets to a point where there are so many people that they can no longer keep up. So, reluctantly, they end up adding a donation link on the site that will only be used for server maintenance. And what's more, they hide this link on the site. You really have to look for it to find it. And even that doesn't sit right with them. In an official post, they write that they feel ashamed to have to accept donations. Different. So to be sure that the money doesn't go through them and that players have no doubt they're doing this for profit, they use a system where one of the server players receives the donations each month and pays the bill directly to their host. Really, 30 guys crazy enough to recreate one of the biggest games in history and offer it to people just like to return for a few days to this incredible world, like in the old days, and Blizzard is going to kill it. It must be said, though, that this is 2016. For 6 years, Blizzard has thought players wanting to play vanilla again were a bunch of nostalgic fringe geeks, and then a small commando of our own does it, and everyone thinks it's great. It's a huge disconnect. Blizzard doesn't even understand what their players want anymore. Company has become an empire focused only on money, and now they look like complete jerks, which is starting to cause problems. Then, one morning, Blizzard's lawyers show up, and when I say Blizzard's lawyers, I mean a team of Americans and a team of French lawyers sending cease and desist letters to everyone. A cease and desist is a polite but firm request to stop acting up before we drag you to court and bleed you dry. The cease and desist is for Nestorius. Blizzard demands they cease all activity immediately and provide all project details, especially the source code developed by the team, since, well, they're curious about the technical feat the guys achieved, as well as the hosting company housing the Nestorius infrastructure.
Summer's here, and right now get 0% financing for 5 years.
In the 1970s, two brothers orchestrated a commodities trade so lucrative that regulators literally changed the rules specifically to stop it.
A metal whose price has fluctuated wildly over the past year.
As the hunts bought more and more, the price skyrocketed.
They acquired more than 200 million ounces of silver, and when its price surged from $2 an ounce to a peak of $50, the Hunt stockpile was worth nearly $10 billion. Just 2 years later, the Hunt brothers were being sued by the CFTC and SEC for market manipulation, and they both declared personal bankruptcy with about $1 billion of debt they were unable to pay.
They changed the trading rules several times until the Hunts were forced to sell and almost nobody else was allowed to buy.
Bit by bit, the true story is beginning to emerge.
This story has so many interesting layers that I genuinely had a hard time figuring out which parts to tease in the introduction. The strategies they used, the caged elephant that almost brought down a plane carrying tons of silver bars to Switzerland, or the corrupt regulators who profited from their very own unprecedented rule changes.
Panic that brought the West's financial system within a hair's breadth of a crash like 1929.
The game starts, the rules are changed, and finally when you get to the last quarter, the referee says only the other side can have the ball.
I make these videos all by myself, and that wouldn't be possible without today's video sponsor, investing.com. I religiously use their Investing Pro subscription for accessing the best real-time data in financial markets, as well as the suite of investing tools to find trades others can't. You can track your stock investments with expert valuation estimates, browse the Ideas tab for seeing notable investor trades the second they're reported, stock screeners, pro picks, and Warren AI, the ChatGPT of investing that will save you a ton of time. And of course, I have an enormous New Year's discount for you. My discount code Hamish gives you 15% off Investing Pro, and you can combine it with any other promotion available on the website, like the New Year's sale for a whopping 70% off. This is an insanely good deal, and with the new year upon us, now is your chance to set yourself up with all the tools you need for success in 2026. So take your portfolio to the next level and try Investing Pro by clicking the link in the description below. This insane series of events is centered around the Hunt family. Haraldson L. Hunt built one of America's largest oil fortunes in the early 20th century.
Haraldson Lafayette Hunt is the biggest of them all, the richest man in America.
He fathered 15 children, 2 of whom were Nelson Bunker Hunt and William Herbert Hunt. Both continued to expand the family's oil empire for decades, maintaining a very close relationship as they worked side by side in Dallas, Texas. They had a deep distrust of the government's fiscal and monetary policy. Their father had instilled in them a sort of hard money ideology, that paper money would not hold its value, so they should protect their wealth by acquiring tangible assets. Bunker chose land, buying millions of acres of ranch land in Australia. He also invested in thoroughbred racehorses, with one he bred being the first female horse to hit $1 million in earnings.
But it's Dahlia who's hit the front again. The 1973 winners got away with it in 1974. It's Dahlia going clear again.
But the catalyst for this entire saga came in 1971.
I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets, except in amounts and conditions determined to be in the interest of monetary stability and in the best interest of the United States.
President Nixon announced that the US would no longer allow US dollars to be exchanged for gold. The Hunts would later recall that they believed apocalyptic times were coming, that paper money would become completely useless. The Hunt brothers set their sights on the perfect hedge: silver. It was a physical metal and it had very attractive characteristics for being a store of wealth. It's widely used in electrical components and photography, for example, and it had a tightening supply side, so if demand was stable or rising, then it should retain its value. It's very similar to gold in many respects, but at the time it was still illegal for US citizens to own gold bullion. Now, if you were the CFTC or SEC in the 1970s, you would argue that there's another reason why the Hunt brothers chose silver. The only people really trading silver were businesses that sold it or were buying it as a material in manufacturing. So theoretically, someone with a lot of money might be able to corner the market, meaning to take control of the world's silver supply and thus set the price at whatever they wanted.
When Pete wants to fix up his shop, he asks Copilot in Excel to help update his rates. Copilot finds a price that's fair for everyone. Now Pete can afford to renovate. Pete does the work. Copilot helps show him what it's worth.
This is Twist. Twist goes beyond hydration, with bursts and blends of flavors to quench every taste. An elevated hydration experience for those who thirst for more.
The price of silver began 1973 at around $2 an ounce, and with inflation rising and devaluing the dollar at an accelerating rate, the Hunt brothers begin buying. They use the New York Commodities Exchange, or COMEX for short, to buy silver futures contracts. It's a legal agreement that mandates the purchase or sale of 5,000 ounces of silver on a specific date in the future. If you want to bet that the price of silver will go up, you buy a long contract agreeing to buy physical silver. And before the settlement date, you would buy a short contract agreeing to sell physical silver. The two contracts cancel each other out, and you keep the difference as profit. But the Hunt brothers had no intention of just speculating on the price of silver. They wanted to stockpile it. They bought long contracts that represented about 35 million ounces of silver, and then took delivery of it. As 1974 rolled around, the brothers' aggressive buying helped push the price of silver higher and higher. And this was a huge problem for those on the other side of the trade. In particular, Dr. Henry Jarecki of Makata Metals. He was buying lots of short silver contracts that would compel him to sell silver on the settlement date. The only problem was he didn't have enough silver to meet those obligations. The Hunt brothers had the silver market in a chokehold. They could have easily just closed their bets and made a huge profit. But by insisting they would take delivery of the physical silver when they knew there wasn't enough available for sale, sellers like Jarecki would be forced to close their positions by acquiring long contracts, ultimately squeezing the price of silver even higher. The only way out was for Jarecki to find someone with a huge stockpile of silver and convince them to sell it. Luckily, he found them. the Bank of Mexico. They had about 50 million ounces of silver that they'd bought for less than $2 an ounce. Jarecki told them about how the Hunt brothers were choking the market with their buy orders, that the current $6 an ounce price was completely artificial, so now was the best time to sell and take a profit. Surprisingly, the Bank of Mexico agreed and dumped it all, pushing the price back down to $4 an ounce. The Hunt brothers now owned an estimated 55 million ounces of silver, which was almost 10% of the world's annual silver production. Fearing the government might ban its ownership like they did with gold, the brothers began shipping it across the Atlantic. The actual numbers here are a little bit fuzzy depending on which source you look at, but something like 6 to 40 million ounces of silver ingots were flown into Switzerland. They chartered 707 jets, filling the planes with enormous amounts of silver. On one of the trips, they arranged the silver around the sides of the hold so that the weight was distributed evenly. That left a gap in the middle, and there happened to be an elephant that needed transportation, so in it went. Another one of the Hunt brothers, Lamar, was accompanying the silver during the flight, when suddenly the plane entered a nosedive. Then the plane jerked upwards, pitching vertically into the sky. Lamar rushed back to the hold, and what he saw was an elephant with its trunk sticking out of the cage, messing with the wires that controlled the aircraft's flaps. He distracted the elephant by throwing a rubber tire at it, saving the crew from disaster. Okay, full disclosure, I found this recount in a book from the 1980s, and even back then, the author sort of thought this was probably a work of fiction. But regardless, what we do know is that the Hunt brothers now own a massive amount of silver, much of which is securely stored in Swiss vaults. The price of silver settles down, and for the next few years, the Hunt brothers don't really do much in that market. The silver crisis they caused wouldn't happen until the end of the decade. But this part was important to tell because their stockpile of silver is the springboard they used to do something even more insane. In the meantime, the brothers become soybean traders, so much so that by 1977, they controlled more than 20 million bushels worth of the stuff, again by using futures contracts. I know most of you are probably 10,000-hour experts in soybean trading, but for the Normandies like me, that's about 1/3 of the entire crop yield due to be harvested that year in America. And that was the first time that regulators caught wind of what the Hunt brothers were doing. The position limit for soybean futures was 3 million bushels, 18 million less than the Hunt brothers bet. The limit makes sense looking at the price action of soybean during this period. Clearly, they were able to move the price with their buying. The CFTC sued them in federal court, and they were ordered to liquidate most of their position, and later they'd pay a $500,000 penalty. From 1977, the Hunt brothers turned back to the silver market, this time with an entirely new strategy. They made a number of attempts to acquire silver-producing companies, and they continued buying long futures contracts. But instead of letting the contracts reach settlement and then taking delivery of physical silver, they would just roll the contracts into the next month. Say, for example, they had one contract to buy 5,000 ounces of silver on the 30th of June. Before the 30th of June, they'd sell a June contract and buy a July contract, rolling the bet into the next month. In July 1979, they set up a corporation in Bermuda called International Metals Investment Co. This IMIC entity was owned by the brothers as well as 2 Saudi businessmen. In the following months, this corporation opened silver futures bets representing 50 million ounces. As it turns out, they had a lot of entities buying silver for them. Just look at how crazy this diagram is. They had brothers, sisters, wives, daughters, sons, oil subsidiaries, energy corporations, all building positions in silver. And the price, which had been bouncing between $4 to $5 an ounce, had surged to almost $10 by mid-1979. The brothers
Join us for Pit Stop tonight. We're shaking it up and showing you a different side of Team Toyota. Pit. First talk show is Pit Room. Thank you.
You'd think that this would feel more natural to me. Oh, but it does not.
Check out more Pit Stop tonight.
unveiled a go-to-market deck for a new product line covering materials, financial projections, and marketing.
The brothers now controlled more than $1 billion worth of silver, and they were just getting started. You see, the Hunt family didn't have the cash to actually buy all of this silver, but there was so little supply that if it looked like they were, no one would want to be on the short side, and the price would skyrocket. In September, they controlled 200 million ounces of silver, about half of the world's annual mining output. Half of that silver contracts due to settle in the next few months, and they told the world that they had every intention of taking delivery of it. In less than a month, the price of silver doubled again. Panic sets in at the two commodities exchanges. They only have 120 million ounces, and it was a real possibility they'd fail to meet the order. And so they began changing the rules. On the 29th of October, COMEX ordered that any speculators with more than 251 contracts would have to pay margin of $30,000 each. The Hunt brothers had about 20,000 contracts, so the exchange was basically asking them to put up $600 to delay the $600 million payment. He'd roll over his contracts, saving the exchanges from running out of silver inventories. So they did, until February the following year. Herbert also told them that he'd never met or spoken with the large foreign companies in the silver market, the companies that he did in fact own. But they never asked if his brother had ever met or spoken with them, so technically he didn't lie. A month later, Bunker Hunt took delivery of 6 million ounces of silver, and silver even further. The price of silver an ounce in the first week of 1980. At this point, silver is no longer just a commodity. It's dinner table conversation world. A teaspoon made of silver might weigh about 1 ounce. So a tiny spoon worth $1 is suddenly you would have $20,000 worth of silver just 14 years later. The silver rush had every man and their dog gathering up silver items around the house and selling it at coin and jewelry stores. This newspaper ad in particular caught my attention. No gimmicks. Take advantage of the unusually high silver market and put your money to work. It should double again in approximately 7 years at today's interest rates. Funnily enough, that interest rate point is a crucial part of the disaster that was about to unfold for the Hunt brothers. When you buy a silver's futures contract and the value of silver goes up, the exchange immediately credits your account with the cash profit. This isn't actually cash because you haven't closed the position yet, but it allows you to use it as collateral against a loan. From August 1979, the Hunt brothers were doing aggressively, borrowing $270 million, then another $500 million, and later borrowing to the tune of $1.4 billion US, all of which could only be paid back if the price of silver stayed at these crazy levels. On the 17th of January, the price reached $50 an ounce, valuing their bet at $9.8 billion US. But it would last about 4 days because the exchanges were about to make an unprecedented rule change. On the 21st of January, COMEX delayed the opening of the market and announced that silver was now a liquidation-only market. To put this really simply, do you remember that time that Robinhood took away the buy button on their app and you could only sell GameStop stock? It's like that, except instead of it just being Robinhood, every single broker took the buy button away. The exchange only allowed buying to be done by hedging firms that held short positions. The price opened at $41 an ounce, and within a week, the price was down 34% from its peak. The Hunt brothers were change had potentially cost them billions of dollars. And who profited from that rule change? The board members of COMEX. 9 of them held 7,700 sell contracts worth almost $2 billion. The exact group of men who forced the market to liquidate their silver positions had billion-dollar bets on the price declining. And it's actually even worse than that, because COMEX knew there was a conflict of interest. They had set up a special committee to set silver trade. 30% off its peak was enough to send the Hunt brothers into a death spiral. See, when you buy...
Has anyone actually made it to level 4? 1. If you find yourself mouth breathing or snoring at night, use level 2. If you feel like you're breathing through a straw and it's affecting your everyday life, use level 3. If you have a deviated septum or a collapsed nostril just like this, use level 4. I didn't realize how bad my nose was until I started to use these. It opens up my entire nasal passage, giving me 80% more oxygen through my nose. There's a reason why you're starting to see professional athletes use these more and more. If you have any type of problem breathing,
put up more margin. That table we looked at before showed the Hunt brothers borrowed about $900 million margin requirements. But in March, starting with Barclays Bank, lenders began rejecting their borrowing requests. They went to Deutsche Bank, rejected. Merrill Lynch, rejected. Royal Bank of Canada, Toronto Dominion Bank, the Bank of Nova Scotia, First Chicago, all also refused. All the while, the price of silver is collapsing, increasing the amount of margin the brothers needed to pay. On the 27th of March, a day now known as Silver Thursday, the Hunt brothers defaulted a $100 million margin call. Their broker liquidated their position and silver collapsed to $10 an ounce, down 80% from its peak. The price of silver would continue to fall over the following years, reaching a low of $5 an ounce. The CFTC conducted a formal investigation into the Hunt brothers.
There's a philosophical line that has to be drawn. The CFTC is here to protect small customers and commercial users of the commodities markets,
concluding in 1985 that they had engaged in market manipulation by attempting to control the silver market and dictate its price. They argued that because the accumulation of silver was excessive and coordinated through a web of foreign entities, that the brothers' motive was to artificially boost the price. The ruling created a domino effect of lawsuits from anyone who could prove losses from the silver crisis. And in September 1988, Bunker and Herbert Hunt each filed for personal bankruptcy. I know I framed parts of this video like the brothers were harmless traders who got screwed by regulators. However, I think it's pretty clear that their scheme was and should be illegal. There's a 300-page SEC investigation that lays it all out, and I obviously wasn't able to include everything in this video. But there were still significant conflicts of interest and corruption on every side of this. And so it's just another example of how the 1980s really were the Wild West for financial markets. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and I've got a playlist here of my best videos if you're looking for another rabbit hole to go down.
When a beautiful and fun-loving girl wants to spend a night with you out on the town, you just say yes. It's a no-brainer, unless you're married. But on a night when this songwriter's flirtatious girlfriend wanted to party in the city, he chose to stay home and work on his music. As the sun began to set, he began to wonder who she might be with, and even worse, what she might be doing. Crazy with jealousy, he penned a gut-wrenching #1 hit that no significant other wants to think too hard about. So did he miss the chance with the girl of his dreams, or was his imagination just running away from him? You're going to find out next on Professor of Rock. Hey, music junkies, Professor of Rock, always here to celebrate the greatest artists and the greatest songs of all time. You know, if you remember a time when music wasn't inside of a cloud, but came from the grooves of the elegant black vinyl, subscribe below right now. I think you're going to dig this channel. And make sure to click the bell so that you never miss out. We have interviews from the legends, the stories of the songs. And we also have a Patreon that you're going to want to check out. Right there, you're going to find an additional catalog of exclusive content. You can even become an honorary producer to help us curate this music history. So it's time for another edition of our series, The New Standards. This is a show that takes an in-depth look at songs that really set the bar in rock history. It doesn't matter what decade, genre, or musical movement they might have come out of. These are songs that transcend all of that and take us to that place inside that only a handful of other songs can take us. Previous episodes, we've covered Mrs. Robinson by Simon and Garfunkel, Hey Jude by the Beatles, and Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. But today, we are breaking down the 1974 classic, Sundown, by Canadian troubadour extraordinaire, Gordon Lightfoot, the great Gordon Lightfoot. As his decade-long marriage came to an end in 1973, Gordon Lightfoot found himself at the crossroads of personal regret and unprecedented commercial success. Lightfoot and Brita Olason married in 1963, and the couple had 2 kids together. Separated since about 1970, their divorce proceedings came to a close just 3 years later. Brita reportedly filed for divorce after returning home from a trip to Sweden to find another woman in the house. In court, Gordon Lightfoot admitted infidelity. Brita was awarded custody of the kids, a monthly stipend for their care, and a lump sum big enough to buy a new home. At the time, it was the largest divorce settlement in Canadian history. The whole ordeal was just excruciating for the deeply private Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon was under no delusion that he was in the right, though. Later, he'd say that he knew the marriage was over from day one, maybe even before that. The life of a married musician, of course, can be a lonely one when you're out on the road. Said Lightfoot, when you're away from the woman, continually confronted by other women, you suddenly find yourself in a weak moment. Then you got to go home and confront your old lady. You're going to have to offer her the same deal. You can't ask the woman to be faithful if you're not going to be faithful to her. Words broken down for me. However, the dissolution of Gordon's marriage opened the door for another relationship, a red-hot love affair with one of his backup singers, Kathy Smith. In fact, Smith was one of the contributing factors to the breakup of Lightfoot's first marriage. Now, Kathy was an absolute firebrand and, frankly, a man magnet.
Keegan really enjoys telling people that she was a St. Jude patient. She really, really enjoys telling people about her being on St. Jude's TikTok page. Keegan was diagnosed with leukemia in 2017 at just a year old, and she was in treatment for nearly 3 years, and it cost us not even a dime. I got to focus on Keegan making her happy in that moment. And after treatment, I didn't have to worry about this big mountain of medical bills.
She was a careless flirt. She had an unrelenting wild side. Just ask Gordon. He had it really bad for her, which was exactly how Kathy wanted it to be. She drove Gordon Lightfoot mad with jealousy, and he even fired his opening act, bluegrass musicians Bruce and Brian Good, because it crossed the line with Smith. But for all the chaos, Kathy was also just what Gordon Lightfoot needed. The relationship was filled with both passion and genuine tenderness, and she spent much of her time looking after him and helping him with his music. For a time, she really wanted to marry him. But coming off of his divorce with Brita, they both knew that wasn't going to happen. Besides, Gordon's personal life was always his second priority. I mean, his heart belonged to his music more than any girl. His music was number one. It was these two priorities that Lightfoot had in mind when he rented a farmhouse on 50 acres north of Toronto. There, while spending some private time with Kathy, he got to work on his 10th original album called Sundown. Lightfoot remembers that he had a great writing room there.
Ellen DeGeneres is a what? What?
For years, the narrative surrounding Ellen DeGeneres was one of safety. She was the queen of daytime television, a beacon of laughter, giveaways, and the be kind philosophy that built her media empire. But as the walls close in on the elite circles of Hollywood, a different picture is emerging. A picture where the laughter on screen masked an unsettling access to power, secrecy, and the darker corners of the industry.
Was it like meeting Ellen? And is she a good person?
Let's just all go back to 2017, where I was the first person to call Ellen out before anyone else.
You called her out?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I called her out. I was like, Ellen's not that nice.
This was after you went on the show?
After I went on the show, and the world blew up about it and was like so mad at me about it. And then someone else said it, and then it was like, oh my God, Ellen's not nice. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Why do you say she's not nice?
I can't explain it. It was just really
energy?
weird. I ran into her like backstage. It was like an awkward thing, and like the producers were really scared. I was like, what's going on? They were like, that was not supposed to happen. We're going to get in trouble. It's like so weird.
Recently, Dave Chappelle has stepped into the conversation, not with headline-driven accusations, but with cold, hard analysis of behavioral patterns, resurfaced clips, and a timeline that suggests Ellen DeGeneres was far more than a casual observer in the orbit of Sean Diddy Combs. If the connections Chappelle is allegedly drawing are accurate, this isn't just about the cancellation of a talk show host. It's about potential criminal culpability. Now, for years, the public has been whispering about the secret Hollywood parties and the elite circles operate outside the view of the public eye. With raids, the spotlight is no longer just on the bad boy mogul. It is stretching water, catching those who shared proximity to his private environments. Dave Chappelle, rather than focusing on court proceedings, has been pointing toward repeated access. And in his crosshairs, one name keeps coming into focus: Ellen DeGeneres.
The Big Short depicts two distinct sides of the 2008 housing bubble. Those that saw a disaster forming, such as Michael Burry and Steve Eisman.
Hey, there's a bubble. How do you know? Trust me, call Bennett. Like 50 million.
And those who actively contributed to creating one of the worst financial crises ever.
I assume no risk for these products myself, Mark.
But while we know Burry's big short bet ultimately paid off, earning him and his clients hundreds of millions of dollars, you might not have heard about what happened to those who were perpetuating the economic crisis with their greed and fraud. And at the top of the list is this guy. Played by actor Byron Mann, this character in The Big Short is a depiction of a person named Wing Chow, who was a portfolio manager at his firm Harding Advisory during the early 2000s. And this scene where he sits down with Steve Carell during a subprime mortgage convention in Las Vegas actually happened, according to Steve Eisman. Eisman, whose character's name in the movie is Mark Orm, yes, I know it's confusing, but Eisman flew to Las Vegas with Greg Lippman and the team to see firsthand how much reckless gambling was being done within the financial side of the housing market. And that's where he met Wing Chow, a CDO manager. A CDO, or collateralized debt obligation, is a financial product where thousands or even millions of mortgages are bundled together and sold to investors who make money as people pay their mortgages. It's actually a really neat way for banks to offload the risk of the loans that they're writing. Instead of just sitting on a huge pile of mortgages waiting for people to pay them down to receive their money back, they just bundle them together into CDOs and sell them off immediately. Well, during the early 2000s, we now know that these CDOs, even though they were AAA rated by the ratings agencies, were filled with really, really bad loans. Mortgages that had been handed out to people who already had other debt, poor credit scores, or even people with no jobs.
Well, my firm offers ninja loans. No income, no job.
And banks could get away with this because of their close relationships with CDO managers like Wing Chow. Banks would write bad loans and bundle them into mortgage bonds and CDOs. The CDO manager would then buy the bank's shitty loans without looking too closely. And in exchange for that relationship, the bank would recommend clients for the manager's investment fund. Oh, and the ratings agencies that were supposed to be checking the quality of these bonds were just rubber stamping everything, because if they didn't provide the ratings that the banks needed, then the banks would just go down the road to a different ratings agency. So you had banks, ratings agencies, and these dodgy portfolio managers basically colluding to defraud investors who thought they were buying safe mortgage-backed assets. During this scene, Steve Eisman realizes that not only is the industry for CDOs massive and speculative, but there's an even bigger market for something called a synthetic CDO.
What did you synthetic CDOs?
Synthetic CDOs.
That is f***ing crazy.
It's not. It's awesome.
Hey, if you shoot guns a lot and you're not as good as you'd like to be, then you're probably going to want to see this. What I've just dropped inside of here is Laser Strike cartridge, which goes with the entire Laser Strike system. Not only does this thing allow me to train,
The Big Short depicts two distinct sides of the 2008 housing bubble. Those that saw a disaster forming, such as Michael Burry and Steve Eisman.
Hey, there's a bubble.
How do you know? This is a sight you're not going to see much. Here in Jerusalem, a group of Jewish residents.
Allahu Akbar. Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y usted?
Bien, también, gracias a Dios. ¿De dónde?
We should have never ended it. We should have kept slavery of the black people. I may get a lot of hate for saying this, but that's what I say. I say we should have never ended slavery. Because now these motherfuckers got too much power. Because once they were free, look how much your shit's gotten out of hand.
Me white, good. You black, bad.
We should have never ended.
As I go through this, I'm going to pause so our interpreters can talk to the demon. Okay? So, the reason that everybody is here today is we are here.
Is this the call to prayer that you guys were talking about? The church bells for a Catholic church? Is this what you're afraid of? I'm in Dearborn. You can check this location if you want to. This is Dearborn, Michigan, where Catholic churches ring their bells daily. Is this the call?
Nope. I don't care what y'all say. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I tried to be the little, you know what I'm saying, humble and whatever you want to call it and blah, blah, blah. But nope, I can't be with the dude that's getting on the bus, riding the bus, because I drive the bus. And I feel like, nope, I don't care what y'all say. I ain't gonna be able to do it. I tried to be the little, you know what I'm saying, humble and whatever you want to call it and blah, blah, blah. But nope, I can't be with the dude that's getting on the bus, riding the bus, because I drive the bus. And I feel like, nope, I don't care what y'all say.
Friday or on any day, you will not see Muslims praying on the streets. It's not allowed. Whether in Kuwait, whether in Bahrain, whether in Dubai, whether in Egypt, whether in Damascus, whether pick any Arabic country, you will never see a Muslim kneeling at the middle of the street, praying, holding Friday prayers in mass, shutting down the streets. The government would shut them down. They don't do it over there. They pray in their mosques. So why do they do it in Friday or on any day? You will not see Muslims praying on the streets. It's not allowed.
Javier vaciaba el contenido de un galón sin rotular en un bidón azul, sin imaginar que la mezcla provocaría un fogonazo que quemaría su rostro en un segundo. Si trabajas manipulando químicos para fumigar o limpiar, sabes perfectamente que la falta de etiquetado en los envases se acepta a diario por la prisa del turno. En muchos talleres se asume que la gente conoce el producto por el olor, ignorando el peligro de juntar fórmulas incompatibles. Lo trágico de este accidente no es la mala suerte, sino la falta de rotulación y la incapacidad de entender los pictogramas de seguridad. Ignorar los símbolos del sistema armonizado, como la llama para sustancias inflamables o el símbolo de explosión para reactivos inestables, convierte cualquier trasvase a ciegas en una trampa. Revolver productos desconocidos generó una reacción violenta e incontrolable, provocando lesiones graves e incapacidad para el trabajo en un parpadeo. La norma oficial mexicana 018 de la Secretaría del Trabajo del año 2015 exige rotular cada envase y capacitar a la cuadrilla en el significado de los pictogramas de peligro. Si la salud es un derecho negociable, en tu taller siguen guardando productos químicos en envases vacíos de refresco solo confiando en la memoria. Javier vaciaba el contenido de un galón sin rotular en un bidón azul, sin imaginar que la meta...
America 100% needs Sharia law. If we had Sharia law in America, we would have no prostitution, we would have no gambling, we would have no broken house.
Javier vaciaba el contenido de un galón sin rotular en un bidón.
America 100% needs Sharia law. If we had Sharia law in America, we would have no prostitution, we would have no gambling, we would have no broken households, we would have no alcohol.
We would have more suicide bombings, we would have oppression of women, the pig population would go through the roof.
America 100% needs Sharia law.
You knew I was coming out because we told you multiple times to leave Norman alone.
I think you...
America 100% needs Sharia law. If we had Sharia law...
You knew I was coming out because we told you multiple times to leave Norman alone.
I think you need to leave Norman alone. First, how the fuck did Norman even get there? Why is he still there? Why the fuck is you fucking with Norman? It's a lot of fucking questions, but the last thing we gonna question is that motherfucking cat. Cause all the cat did was smell some kitty litter, but it turned out to be a dead motherfucker.
You knew I was coming out because we told you multiple times to leave Norman alone.
I think you need to leave Norman alone. First, how the fuck did Norman even get there? Why is he still there? Why the fuck is you fucking with Norman? It's a lot of fucking questions, but the last thing we gonna...
You knew I was coming out. Because we...
¡Llegó! ¡Súbale! ¡Súbale! 6 de la mañana huele a pan y a café. Pintas en el vidrio, va directo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpango, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Que retumbe microbusero.com.
Just started last night. It gets worse. Like you can put a.
If I catch a guest trying to sell loose cigarettes at my motel, I promptly buy them all out because I don't want a repeat of summer 2014 happening here or anywhere for that matter. I leave room 123's door open any chance.
Did you know that OSHA still doesn't have a specific standard for extreme heat? So
Están botando toda la ropa y la comida en Venezuela. Ok, yo les voy a dar un consejo. Cuando ustedes quieran dar algo, ustedes den algo que esté bueno. Si ustedes lo dan de corazón, den algo bueno. Y si no, mejor no den nada, simplemente. Están botando toda la ropa y la comida en Venezuela. Ok, yo les voy a dar un consejo. Cuando ustedes quieran dar algo, ustedes den algo que esté bueno. Si ustedes lo dan de corazón, den algo bueno. Y si no, mejor no den nada, simplemente. Están botando toda la ropa y la comida en Venezuela. Ok, les voy a dar un consejo. Cuando ustedes quieran dar algo, ustedes den algo que esté bueno. Si ustedes lo dan de corazón, den algo bueno. Y si no, mejor no den nada, simplemente. Están botando toda la ropa y...
So I guess
A Muslim extremist just crucified a Christian pastor in Arizona. Should be worldwide news, right? But you didn't hear about it on the news because it wasn't a Muslim extremist that committed this horrific crime.
Adam Chief, this man right here, he's accused of killing New River pastor Bill Shaneman, and he admits to our camera, to our Lauren Clark, that he is responsible for that brutal murder.
He made no bones about it. He says this was part of a plan to kill 14 Christian leaders.
A Muslim extremist just crucified a Christian pastor.
So I guess I missed the memo. You might have missed it too. Apparently, society has decided that you're not allowed to like yourself because, how do I say it? Because it's offensive to other people. Somehow it's very, very offensive that you.
Black people, I think they're all ugly.
Did you know that Islam doesn't actually start with Prophet Muhammad? It starts with Adam and Moses.
It's 5 a.m. You boys are sleeping.
¿Qué tal, jefa? Buenas noches.
We had a chance to talk with President Trump about a wide range.
¿Qué tal, jefa? Buenas noches. Jefa, ¿le puedo dejar unos panes, jamón y queso? Y aquí le dejo un agua. Se lo dejo aquí.
We had a chance to talk.
While exploring.
Estás terminando de derribar una pared cuando, de repente, un gato negro sale del interior. Te asomas por el agujero y descubres a un hombre sentado en la oscuridad. ¿Cuánto tiempo llevaba ahí? ¿Qué había ocurrido? Hoy, en Estudio Criminal, el gato del demonio. Somos Estudio Criminal. Casos nuevos y documentales completos, solo aquí. Suscribíos y no...
We are ready to stand on the line. We are demanding 30 by 30, $30 an hour at the year 2030. We're going to be on the line until we can get this accomplished.
I'm fighting for the benefit of our membership so that we can survive and live and have a comfortable life and take care of our families.
We get the $30 an hour so everybody at this facility can have a decent life.
We fight! We win! We fight! We win! We get you! What do we want?
We are ready to stand on the line. We are demanding 30 by 30, $30 an hour at the year 2030. We're going to be on the line until we can get this accomplished.
I'm fighting for the benefit of our membership so that we can survive and live and have a comfortable life and take care of our families.
We get the $30 an hour so everybody at this facility can have a decent life.
We fight! We win!
Don Jr.
Hi! Nami diri guys.
I want to go to the river.
Later na pag nanas daddy. Tapok mi diri.
Mommy, Daddy's almost there.
Nami, almost there na daddy. Nami lechon manok. Na homemade.
Dadi so, no. Please, diri ko.
Stop!
No.
Stop! May daghang mga manok there, guys.
Well, what's the matter, senorita? You don't want to be deported? You don't want ICE to come and get you? The only one in this room that should be embarrassed is you, pumpkin. Get your green card and stop stealing from the United States of America. Because that's pretty embarrassing. What's the matter, senorita? You don't want to be deported? You don't want ICE to come and get you? The only one in this room that should be embarrassed is you, pumpkin. Get your green card and stop stealing from the United States of America. Because that's pretty embarrassing. Well, what's the matter, senorita? You don't want to be deported? You don't want ICE to come and get you? The only one in this room that should be embarrassed is you, pumpkin. Get your
El monstruo violento con ustedes, pinche transformer mamalón con control crucero moderno.
Hey, Texas Hard Talk. So this whole Jeffrey Epstein...
Our country's being invaded.
It's not only a job, it's a career.
Our country's being invaded in more ways than one. We have almost 7 million H-1B visa holders in this country. This is an amazing visualization of these foreigners invading our country. They're coming here for one reason and one reason only. That's to steal American jobs and send their money back overseas. We've got to put a stop to this. It's past time to start putting Americans first. Our country's being invaded in more ways than one. We have almost 7 million H-1B visa holders in this country. This is an amazing visualization of these foreigners invading our country. They're coming here for one reason and one reason only. That's to steal American jobs and send their money back overseas. We've got to put a stop to this. It's past time to start putting Americans first. Our country's being invaded in more ways than one. We have almost 7 million H-1B visa holders in this country. This is an amazing visualization of these foreigners invading our country. They're coming here for one reason and one reason only. That's to steal American jobs and send their money back overseas. We've got to put a stop to this. It's past time to start putting Americans first. Our country's being invaded in more ways than one. We have almost 7 million H-1B visa holders in this country. This is an amazing visualization of these foreigners invading our country. They're coming here for one reason and one reason only. That's to steal American jobs and send their money back overseas. We've got to put a stop to this. It's past time to start putting Americans first. Our country's being invaded in more ways than one. We have almost 7 million H-1B visa holders in this country. This is an amazing visualization of these foreigners invading our country. They're coming here for one reason and one reason only. That's to steal American jobs and send their money back overseas. We've got to put a stop to this. It's past time to...
It's not only a job, it's a career. Hi, my name is Carolina. I'm the HR receptionist here at IOC Company. A reason to apply at IOC Company is because you can grow within the company and you can grow within the core value, people. We care about people and what we do, acknowledgement. We do take responsibility of what we do. You're welcome to apply here at IOC Company. In case you have any questions, feel free to give us a call. It's not only a job, it's a career. Hi, my name is Carolina. I'm the HR receptionist here at IOC Company. A reason to apply at IOC Company is because you can grow within the company and you can grow within the core value, people. We care about people and what we do, acknowledgement. We do take responsibility of what we do. You're welcome to apply here at IOC Company. In case you have any questions, feel free to give us a call. It's not only a job, it's a career. Hi, my name is Carolina. I'm the HR receptionist here at IOC Company. A reason to apply at IOC Company is because you can grow within the company and you can grow within the core value, people. We care about people and what we do, acknowledgement. We do take responsibility of what we do. You're welcome to apply here at IOC Company. In case you have any questions, feel free to give us a call. It's not only a job, it's a career. Hi, my name is Carolina. I'm the HR receptionist here at IOC Company. A reason to apply at IOC Company is because you can grow within the company.
Now, why don't you go down now?
Hey!
It's all
Hey!
Now, what you got on now?
It's all good. Hey!
Now, what you got on now?
It's all good. Hey!
Now, what you got on now?
It's all good. Hey!
Now, what you got on now?
¿Alguna vez has hecho una maniobra peligrosa en el trabajo solo porque sentiste que ya la tenías dominada? Fíjate.
IBW 617 electrician here. Tell us about this prevailing wage you're earning by working at the airport. I think a lot of folks are confused about union wages and prevailing wages. First of all, I'm not working at the airport anymore. I'm at a different job, and I'm still earning the same wage I got while I was working at the airport. And no, that's not because I was on a prevailing wage job at the airport and am now on a prevailing wage job now. That's because the prevailing wage is determined by the wage that is collectively bargained in that area. Guess what that means? That means the standard wage that we get in IBW Local 617, which as a total package is about $130 per hour, is the wage that is then translated to.
Buenas tardes, muchachos. Miren, este compañero nos dice, métanse a Iron Worker, 3,000 semanal, $3,000 semanales, trabajando 58 horas. Eso es cierto, señores. Iron Worker es otra unión. Recuerden que no solamente hay unión de electricidad, hay unión de Iron Workers, son los que trabajan con el metal, hay unión de carpintero, hay unión de electricista, wireman, que son los que estamos dentro de los edificios, y hay unión de electricistas de linieros, que son lineman. Entonces, no solamente puedes buscar en electricidad para...
A Bulgarian gangster and migrant hunter invited me to patrol the Bulgarian borders with him. Him and his gang in tanks, trucks, and even an old Soviet-style helicopter would round up refugees and migrants and detain them themselves, dropping them back off across the border. He invited me out to Bulgaria to come and join him. His exact words were to me, "Come and see how it is done, soft English man." A Bulgarian gangster and migrant hunter invited me to patrol Bulgarian borders with him. Him and his gang in tanks, trucks, even an old Soviet-style helicopter would round up refugees and migrants and detain them themselves, dropping them back off across the border. He invited me out to Bulgaria to come and join him. His exact word.
Breaking news tonight, there is
A Bulgarian gangster and migrant hunter invited me to patrol Bulgarian borders with him. Him and his gang in tanks, trucks, and even an old Soviet-style helicopter would round up refugees and migrants and detain them themselves, dropping them back off across the border. He invited me out to Bulgaria to come and join him. His exact words were to me, "Come and see how it is done, soft English man." A Bulgarian gangster and migrant hunter invited me to patrol Bulgarian borders with him. Him and his gang in tanks, trucks, and even...
This is a reminder. While ICE is terrorizing Mexicans and immigrants of everywhere, and really Americans as well, I'm at the Mexican border right now, and this is what it looks like in the mornings on any given Thursday while people need their dental work done. Any given Thursday, it's all Americans coming to get their dental work done because you know why? They can't afford to get their dental work done in the States. And Mexico welcomes us in with open arms. We all come with our passports and we get our dental work done. We get our glasses, we get everything, and then we go home. Make it make sense. This is a reminder. While ICE is terrorizing Mexicans and immigrants of everywhere, and really Americans as well, I'm at the Mexican border right now, and this is what it looks like in the mornings on any given Thursday while people need their dental work done. Any given Thursday, it's all Americans coming to get their dental work done because you know why? They can't afford to get their dental work done in the States. And Mexico welcomes us in with open arms. We all come with our passports and we get our dental work done. We get our glasses, we get everything, and then we go home. Make it make sense. This is a reminder. While ICE is terrorizing Mexicans and immigrants of everywhere, and really Americans as well, I'm at the Mexican border right now, and this is what it looks like in the mornings on any given Thursday while people need their dental work done. Any given Thursday, it's all Americans coming to get their dental work done because you know why? They can't afford to get their dental work done in the States. And Mexico welcomes us in with open arms. We all come with our passports and we get our dental work done. We get our glasses, we get everything, and then we go home. Make it make sense. This is a reminder. While ICE is terror.
Idol, may buntag.
I just saw a video of some guy asking where the Asian construction workers.
So you made a song with Suno. Sounds amazing.
Gente que me ayude a encontrar gente. Pues no, nada. No me encuentro esto. Ahí voy. Desayuné. Estoy viendo hoy todo el día. Hoy, mañana, mañana va a estar más regulado, pero hoy va a estar lloviendo todo el día. Mañana no sé qué más dice usted. Ya, va a estar lloviendo. Voy a ir a la segunda de aquí. No, si vamos a la segunda de aquí, nos quedamos aquí. No lo levantes, Frank, déjalo.
Tu canción sin video musical, tu música merece verse. Solo una foto y tu canción en Sondo, sin rodaje, sin presupuesto.
Sigo guardando tu foto en mi celular. No consigo borrar lo que me hiciste sentir. Cada calle me recuerda nuestro caminar. El silencio me habla solo de ti.
Fuck.
Colombia just denied Mexico's request to send rescue workers to help with the aftermath of the 7.4 magnitude earthquake that shook the country. And everybody is asking why. Well, earlier this year, Colombia actually elected a brand new president who has been described as a far-right Trump fanatic. And well, we all know how Trump feels.
Health warning. Health warning. Health warning.
you crazy child. You're so ambitious for a juvenile, but then if you're so smart, well tell me why are you still so afraid? La más chula y la más buena de la bola. Y se me olvidó. Y aunque la vida aprieta,
If you're making training
Health warning.
What's your name? Miss Brown. Ooh. That hurt. What? It hurt.
She's on the phone, baby. Be sweet. Say hello. My name's Emery.
I don't want to talk to you. Say, hey, Miss Brown. Hey, Miss Brown. Say, I can't wait. Say, I can't wait to see you in a couple days. Can't wait to see you in a couple days. I look like you. I think she's frozen.
Llevar completamente el resto de él a través de una abertura que la física misma se negó a acomodar. Los hombres de abajo escucharon el horrible ruido de molienda y aplastamiento que cortó bruscamente el zumbido constante de la derecha. Y luego vinieron los gritos, no de Moffat, sino de los hombres que lo presenciaron. El mensaje de la Tannoy finalmente sonó. El operador del cabrestante, al escuchar el pánico en la voz del asistente perforador, hizo la parada de emergencia. El cable se aflojó, pero Gordon Moffat ya se había ido. Su cuerpo colgaba parcialmente por el agujero del ratón, suspendido entre dos mundos, el mazo Bob de abajo y el mazo de perforación de arriba, donde el operador del cabrestante estaba sentado en una conmocionada confusión. Un compañero de trabajo que había sido relevado por Moffat más temprano esa noche, que debería haber estado en ese arnés, en cambio, miró la escena. Más tarde le costaría encontrar palabras. Después de ver lo que quedaba de Moffat, todavía no queríamos creerlo. Solo trapos amontonados, pensarías. Mirándolo, eso es todo lo que podías decirte a ti mismo que era. El médico forense lo llamó más tarde aplastamiento, asfixia, trauma abdominal múltiple y transición virtual. Esto es básicamente una charla médica para describir el cuerpo de una persona que casi ha sido cortado por la mitad. La parte más...
Are y'all ready to go to...
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos.
Amazon will take a route. You have done.
You gotta watch this.
And stand.
Oh my God.
You gotta watch this.
I'm standing in the exact place where we are doing a Jesus march in 1 hour, and look who's here. A massive march, a massive Muslim march, where right now they're singing over Chicago.
Freight broker.
Looks like...
Vieja culera. 老巫婆. 老巫婆.
I'm breaking up with you, torta.
Hey, you're not behind. You're not.
Oh, I wonder if the trolls on my video have ever been invited to Islam. Well, if you join my religion, you will be part of communal prayers, breaking fast together.
What is it? Oh my God. I didn't see it. What is it? You smell it? I smell it. What? They're smoking pot. You're definitely smoking pot.
I smell it. I smell it. See that? Right there. He is filling up a giant ass tote.
I don't have to go to the pump to get gasoline. I go to the junkyard and get totes of gasoline already filled. This is the old gas they drain out of old junk cars. So what I do with it is mix it with used motor oil to make my homemade diesel fuel. So you guys can get all the fresh gas from the pumps. I'm perfectly happy with the stale gas.
See that? Right there. He is filling up a giant ass tote.
I don't have to go to the pump to get gasoline.
Cuidado cuando un gringo te dice, bless your heart. Te está diciendo que te bendiga tu corazón. Te está diciendo idiota, estúpido. Así que cuando escuches un gringo decir, bless your heart, ten mucho cuidado. ¿Qué quiere decir un gringo cuando te dice, you do you? No, no significa tú haces tú. Esto significa haz lo que quieras. Haz lo que te dé la gana. Haga lo que usted quiera, a mí no me importa. ¿Has escuchado a un gringo decir eso? Cuidado cuando un gringo te dice, bless your heart. Te está diciendo que te bendiga tu corazón. Te está diciendo idiota, estúpido. Así que cuando escuches a un gringo decir, bless your heart, ten mucho cuidado. ¿Qué quiere decir un gringo cuando te dice, you do you? No, no significa tú haces tú. Esto significa haz lo que quieras. Haz lo que te dé la gana. Haga lo que usted quiera, a mí no me importa.
En nombre de todos los mexicanos, pido el desafuero de Alito Moreno para que así pueda ser encarcelado por haberse enriquecido ilícitamente. En nombre de todos los mexicanos, pido el desafuero de Alito Moreno para que así pueda ser encarcelado por haberse enriquecido ilícitamente. En nombre de todos los mexicanos, pido el desafuero de Alito Moreno para que así pueda ser encarcelado por haberse enriquecido ilícitamente.
According to this article, 52% of women aged
Put your left turn signal, right? When it comes to...
Listen up, liberals. This is the Donald Trump administration now.
Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille poopy newspaper pancakes. And you can get you some motherfucking dookie stew table slop on, bro. Whatever don't make it into the bowl, make it to the next nigga. We not wasting. And this will wake your ass up. We got some coffee with a surprise. Don't look too long. And I know y'all heard the agua de fresca, but we got some agua de shitty dookie poop. Don't drink this. You ain't going to sleep. We put an 8-ball in that bitch. And nobody personal favorite, the fried fingertip cheese crisp. Your ass gonna need a spare stomach. Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille poopy newspaper pancakes. And you can get you some motherfucking dookie stew table slop on, bro. Whatever don't make it into the bowl, make it to the next nigga. We not wasting. And this will wake your ass up. We got some coffee with a surprise. Don't look too long. And I know y'all heard the agua de fresca, but we got some agua de shitty dookie poop. Don't drink this. You ain't going to sleep. We put an 8-ball in that bitch. And nobody personal favorite, the fried fingertip cheese crisp. Your ass gonna need a spare stomach. Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille poopy newspaper pancakes. And you can get you some motherfucking dookie stew table slop on, bro. Whatever don't make it into the bowl, make it to the next nigga. We not wasting. And this will wake your ass up. We got some coffee with a surprise. Don't look too long. And I know agua de fresca, but we got some agua de shitty dookie poop. Don't drink this. You ain't going to sleep. We put an 8-ball in that bitch. And nobody personal favorite, the fried fingertip cheese crisp. Your ass gonna need a spare stomach. Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille poopy newspaper pancakes. And you can get you some motherfucking dookie stew table slop on, bro. Whatever don't make it into the bowl, make it to the next nigga. We not wasting. And this will wake your ass up. We got some coffee with a surprise. Don't look too long. And I know y'all heard the agua de fresca, but we got some agua de shitty dookie poop. Don't drink this. You ain't going to sleep. We put an 8-ball in that bitch. And nobody personal favorite, the fried fingertip cheese crisp. Your ass gonna need a spare stomach. Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille poopy newspaper pancakes. And you can get you some motherfucking dookie stew table slop on, bro. Whatever don't make it into the bowl, make it to the next nigga. We not wasting. And this will wake your ass up. We got some coffee with a surprise. Don't look too long. And I know y'all heard the agua de fresca, but we got some agua de shitty dookie poop. Don't drink this. You ain't going to sleep. We put an 8-ball in that bitch. And nobody personal favorite, the fried fingertip cheese crisp. Your ass gonna need a spare stomach. Hey y'all, welcome back to my 5-star restaurant. This time we got the ratatouille.
Did you hear about the huge march in Dearborn, Michigan? 40,000 Muslim maniacs flying all sorts of national flags, but none of them American. These folks are sending us a message. They are not here to assimilate. Will you join me in the fight against Islam here and all of Western civilization? Did you hear about the huge march in Dearborn, Michigan? 40,000 Muslim maniacs flying all sorts of national flags, but none of them American. These folks are sending us a message. They are not here to assimilate. Will you join me in the fight against Islam here and all of Western civilization? Did you hear about the huge march in Dearborn, Michigan?
Strange to think that I used to work there. It brings to mind a simple thought, if you like. What do you still believe to be true that actually isn't anymore? Because for some period of time, when I used to come down near Felixstowe, and it was before COVID, I used to work at Felixstowe Docks. I worked there for 7 years, I think it was. And for a period of time, I'd come down, and there was part of me that kind of had this pulling towards it. Thought that, well, I used to work there, and maybe I should still work there. But there's no part of me that feels as though that statement is true, not even that really I did. Although I know I did, the version of me today, it never was something like that. Under those conditions, working those lovely hours. Once upon a time, I believed I could walk. I don't believe that to be true anymore. But there are some things that we still hold inside. Quite often, it's a feeling that something's limiting, a limiting belief or negative program. I don't believe I'm good enough for my father's love, perhaps my mother's love. Or maybe it's that I'm not good enough to succeed in life, that I don't deserve to be happy. Whatever the limiting beliefs, the programs that we're still carrying inside, because on some level we still believe them to be true, is because the version of us that first took upon that belief is actually not fully integrated and part of the whole, able to see the bigger picture. It is still locked away on a psychological level, as though it's been placed.
culture matters.
Because the most powerful nations in the world have to go down to their knees. That's what happened to Egypt. That's what's going to happen to America. That's what's going to happen to Germany. That's what's going to happen to France. That's what's going to happen to London, England. It's going to happen to Poland. That's what's going to happen to Russia. That's what's going to happen to China. That's what's going to happen to North Korea. They're all going to go down to their knees and all see Hashem. As long as they keep helping us, they'll get a bracha. And they're not going to go down on their knees. They're going to get a little more time. You guys want more time? I don't want more time. So you understand, when I hear they're friends with us, they're just perpetuating more of this status quo. They're all going to go down. They're all going to go down to their knees, especially the Western ones. The Zohar says that they're going to go down hard for how they treated us over the last 2,000 years. For the destruction of the Second Temple and how they treated us, Hashem's going to take them down hard.
I was today years old when I learned that if you've got an old Chevy 1500, you can actually remove the back window out of that truck, take a Nissan Titan back window that has power capabilities, put it in your truck, and now you've got a powered back window. You got to be kidding me. I was today years old when I learned that if you've got an old Chevy 1500, you can actually remove the back window out of that truck, take a Nissan Titan back window that has power capabilities, put it in your truck, and now you've got a powered back window. You got to be kidding me. I was today years old when I learned that if you've got an old Chevy 1500, you can actually remove the back.
Years ago, my trap house.
She's 9 years old, and in parts of the world, this is completely legal. Look at this video now. That's a child. She doesn't understand what's happening to her. She's a second grader. She's confused and vulnerable, and the adults around her are celebrating because their friend got a 9-year-old. In dozens of countries, child marriage is not just tolerated, it is legally protected. Girls as young as 9 are handed over to grown men, and the international community says almost nothing because, well, this is Islam. Now, here's the part that should make your blood boil. The same voices that lecture Israel and the West about human rights every single day, silent, complete silent on this. Not a word on this. They'll march for a hashtag. They'll scream about oppression. But a 9-year-old girl being married off to a grown man for sex and God knows what else, not a word. Any culture that allows this, promotes this, or normalizes this is evil, full stop. And any movement that stays silent about it, there's no moral authority to lecture anyone. Got it? Share this. because the media never will. And smash that follow button so more people know about this atrocity. Please do it now. She's 9 years old, and in parts of the world, this is completely legal. Look at this video now. That's a child. She doesn't understand what's happening to her. She's a second grader. She's confused and vulnerable, and the adults around her are celebrating because their friend got a 9-year-old. In dozens of countries, child marriage is not just tolerated, it is legally protected. Girl.
I'm always getting requests.
Pensé en rendirme hasta que escuché esta frase.
Buenas tardes.
We would like to present this award to you for getting out of bed today. Congrats.
I have found if you ask a man.
Smoking the za is literally ruining your life, even if you don't realize it. It's raising your estrogen levels and your prolactin. It's massively increasing the risk of you developing.
Como que me quedé pensando. Ya que le digo.
Okay, this is a fucking new.
I'm fucking paying with these demon ass motherfuckers. Stop being so fucking nice, bitch. Get the fuck up and fight. Fight for your fucking rights, bitch. Fuck them demon ass motherfuckers. And you get up and you fight every fucking day.
Adequate pro. Hey, Mexican people, I'm about to help everyone else speak Spanish. Well, at least I'm gonna help them sound like they can speak Spanish. Now watch this. It's all you gotta do, y'all. This for all the non-Spanish speakers. All you gotta do is spell socks fast. You know, like S-O-C-K-S. You gotta go a little faster, like S-O-C-K-S. S-O-C-K-S. S-O-C-K-S, man. S-O-C-K-S. Hey, Mexican people, I'm about to help everyone else speak Spanish. Well, at least I'm gonna help them sound like they can speak Spanish. Now watch this. It's all you gotta do, y'all. This for all the non-Spanish speakers. All you gotta do is spell socks fast. You know, like S-O-C-K-S. You gotta go a little faster, like S-O-C-K-S. S-O-C-K-S. S-O-C-K-S, man. S-O-C-K-S. Hey, Mexican people, I'm about to help everyone else speak Spanish. Well, at least I'm gonna help them sound like they can speak Spanish. Now watch this. It's all you gotta do, y'all.
All right, let's talk about Hezbollah, Lebanon.
Protesters in Mexico.
All right, let's talk about Hezbollah, Lebanon, and Israel. I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. So a friend recently asked me, what is the difference between Hamas and Hezbollah? This is a crucial question, especially with what's happening in Lebanon right now. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are Iranian proxies, and they have the same key goal, the total destruction of Israel. Hamas is operating in Gaza, targeting southern Israel, and Hezbollah is operating in Lebanon, targeting northern. Both of them use civilian homes to launch their rockets and store their weapons, and they both show a total disregard for human life, whether it's Israeli life or lives of their own people. But Hezbollah is a different beast. Their fighters are more trained, their weapons are more advanced, and southern Lebanon is now a heavily fortified base of operations. As we watch this escalation unfold, I want you to understand one really important thing. This is not a conflict between Israel and the Lebanese people. Just like Israel is not at war with the Palestinian people, Israel is defending itself against Hezbollah, a ruthless terrorist army that threatens its very existence. Hezbollah operates independently of the Lebanese government, just like Hamas is independent from the Palestinian people. But these are not rogue militias. They are full-blown terrorist armies. In fact, Hezbollah's military force is larger and more powerful. All right, let's talk about Hezbollah, Lebanon, and Israel. I'm going to try to make this as simple as possible. So a friend recently asked me, what is the difference between Hamas and Hezbollah? This is a crucial question, especially with what's happening in Lebanon right now. Both Hamas and Hezbollah are Iranian proxies, and they have the same key goal, the total destruction of Israel. Hamas is operating in Gaza, targeting southern Israel, and Hezbollah is operating in Lebanon, targeting northern Israel. Both of them use civilian homes to launch their rockets and store their weapons. And they both show a total disregard for human life, whether it's Israeli life or the lives of their own people. But Hezbollah is a different beast. Their fighters are more trained. Their weapons are more advanced. And southern Lebanon is now a heavily fortified base of operations. As we watch this escalation unfold, I want you to understand one really important thing. This is not a conflict between Israel and the Lebanese people. Just like Israel is not at war with the Palestinian people, Israel is defending itself against Hezbollah, a ruthless terrorist army that threatens its very existence. Hezbollah operates independently of the Lebanese government, just like Hamas is independent from the Palestinian people. But these are not rogue militias. They are full-blown.
Protesters in Mexico City are.
Why is it taking y'all so long?
So these right here are the streets of Paris.
I want to get
A massive development in Jaws.
The white man is going to take you. What's up, y'all? Y'all see me? I'm at being.
These girls. A la puta mierda con eso. Dicen que la familia es lo más importante, pero es mentira. A veces son los que más te juzgan, más hablan y peor te tratan. Dime si no. Deja de pendejearme, cabrón. A la puta mierda con eso. Dicen que la familia es lo más importante, pero es mentira. A veces son los que más te juzgan, más hablan y peor te tratan. Dime si no. Deja de pendejearme, cabrón. A la puta mierda con eso. Dicen que la familia es lo más importante, pero es mentira. A veces son los que más te juzgan, más hablan y peor te tratan. Dime si no. Deja de pendejearme, cabrón.
No, terminando un, ¿cómo se llama? Se llaman tanques. Necesitaba yo un tanque para mi grupo. Ya me falta poco. Tiene que llegar hasta acá, mira. Aquí nada más. Eventualmente Axel y los niños van a hacer eso. No, yo te quiero que tenga otras cosas como este programa. Se llama Microsoft 365 y es varios programas en ellos, ¿ok? No, es que para eso tiene que ir a la escuela. Tiene que sentarse, leer los libros, tener libros especialmente para eso, tener un curso completo. No. En una pinche sentada así nada más no aprende nada. No, yo no estoy diciendo como lo que tiene que aprender. Y este es uno de esos programas. yo no quiero que se enfoque en otras pendejadas que yo sé que no tienen, es una pinche pérdida de tiempo. Eso de la cocina y hacer lo que quería que hacer el negocio y eso, es porque quiero que empiece a enseñarse a manejar dinero. No. Tiene usted que chingos de cosas que aprender, chingos de cosas. ¿Ve? No. No, hablando de pasear, ¿qué quiere ir a...? Ay, Dios. ¿Ve?
México ganándole a la inteligencia artificial una vez más.
Esta casa está en Tijuana y fue construida por el señor Alfredo en aproximadamente 2 días.
Sobre la carrocería de un automóvil sin funcionar, sostenida con la base metálica de una cama y con pedazos de tarimas, es lo que ha llamado la atención entre vecinos.
Debido a la situación aquí en Tijuana, que las rentas son demasiado caras.
La construcción elevada con escaleras de madera está equipada. Incluso cuenta con una antena, terraza, cocina, televisión y una cama individual. Su hija Susana contó que su padre siempre ha sido de mente creativa.
Cuando tenía 7 años, él realizó una casa club. Yo no pensé que fuera a surgir la casa ahora de mayor.
El señor Alfredo es electricista, constructor y plomero, pero debido a que su diabetes se ha ido complicando, ha tenido que dejar de trabajar.
¿Le piden más casas? ¿Usted las hace?
Pues la hacemos, ¿por qué no?
La casa está estacionada en la colonia Arboledas, frente a la vivienda de su mamá, de donde...
Imagina esta escena. Compras un colchón de segunda mano por un precio increíble. Durante varios días duermes sobre él sin sospechar absolutamente nada, hasta que por curiosidad decides abrirlo. Lo que encuentras cambia todo. En el interior aparece el cuerpo de un hombre. Minutos después, la policía confirma la peor noticia. Nadie puede explicar cómo terminó oculto dentro de aquel colchón, ni cuánto tiempo llevaba allí. Lo más increíble es que este escalofriante misterio comenzó a resolverse gracias a un simple ladrón, una pista que nadie esperaba y que terminó destapando una verdad estremecedora. Carrefour, Haití, julio de 2018. Las calles del barrio comenzaban a llenarse de vendedores desde muy temprano. Entre montones de muebles usados, refrigeradores averiados, puertas viejas y colchones desgastados, era normal encontrar familias buscando algo económico para su casa. Para muchos, comprar muebles de segunda mano era la única opción. Era sencilla, de madera, bastante pesada, pero parecía resistente. El hombre que la vendía aseguraba que pertenecía a un familiar que se había marchado del país.
What? I'm gonna call his mom, you bitch. You don't have to fucking wait for it. You see what you're doing? Call his mom. Call his mom.
No, don't call his mom. Did you see what happened when you said you were gonna call his mom? Please don't call his mom.
I'm gonna call his mom, you bitch. You don't have to.
Massachusetts. Beautiful. Not ugly at all. Minnesota. Ooh. I think it's pretty. Oregon. Ooh. Pretty. Kansas. I'm just in the middle of nowhere. I mean, this church is really pretty, but other than that, this house is interesting. I think this is ugly. Massachusetts. Beautiful. Not ugly at all. Minnesota. Ooh. I think it's pretty. Oregon. Ooh. Pretty. Kansas.
TikTok won't let me post the videos of my dog that just got hit in the neck by a pew pew from a neighbor stray bullet. But I'm gonna post the pictures in the comments if they'll allow me. Check the comments out and watch the rest of this video. Have a backdrop when you're shooting pew pews, please. My dog, my wife's dog, my wife and I's dog got hit in the neck, throat area around 4 o'clock this evening, or I guess yesterday evening. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. I just got the call to come pick her up. I'm sitting outside the emergency vet clinic, an hour away from my house. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. She got hit, entry and exit in the throat at 4:15 Saturday evening. Confronted the guy about it. He said, "Oh no, I just popped 5 off into the ground. That's it. That's all I did." My wife said she heard it for the last 20 minutes. I was in the tree stand. Yeah, so please be aware of your surroundings. It traveled 2,500 feet. That's from my house to his house, crossed a U.S. highway and hit our dog. That could have been my wife. It could have been my daughter. It could have been my son.
This message goes out to you mega carriers and you trucking companies. I got a question for you. Why are you not being transparent with your driver? Does he not haul commodities for you across the country, away from his family, while you're going home every day? Why can't you be transparent? Why can't you show or give the copy of the billed freight bill?
Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado al jalón. Microbusero.com, si me pierdo ahí te encontró, entre bocinas, risas y sol, a tu destino te llevo. Microbusero.com, que retumbe todo el camión, de Tepito hasta Talpambo, y bailando pegado.
¿Qué, papá? Ahí voy, ahí voy. Ahí voy.
Tadpoles are swimming. These tadpoles are swimming in the strangest nursery you'll probably ever see in nature. Japanese green tree frogs, they don't lay their eggs in the water like most frogs. They lay them in a foam nest constructed directly above it. The foam keeps the eggs cool, moist, and protected from predators until they're ready to hatch. After a few days, the entire nest, it dissolves, and the tadpole drop into the water below like living raindrops. The more you know. These tadpoles are swimming in the strangest nursery you'll probably ever see in nature. Japanese green tree frogs, they don't lay their eggs in the water like most frogs. They lay them in a foam nest constructed directly above it. The foam keeps the eggs cool, moist, and protected from predators until they're ready to hatch. After a few days, the entire nest, it dissolves, and the tadpole drop into the water below like living raindrops. The more you know. These tadpoles are swimming in the strangest...
Estoy ocupado, ahorita no puedo. Thank you.
You know those TikTok shop videos that get millions of views?
Michigan, I need a word with you, or America, this might apply to. I am walking down the street and I smell an aroma that resembles, how can I say this? The devil's lettuce, the Snoop Dogg leaf. Do you know what I'm saying? How is that allowed? I'm walking down the street, breathing it in, and I start seeing double. Why are people just openly doing it? Is no one scared of repercussions? I've smelt it once, I forgot about it. Now I've smelt it about 50 times. What is going on? I have seen people walk down the street just openly doing it. No problem. In the UK, you would be in jail if that was the case. Here, everyone just openly doing it like it's not a problem. What's going on? Michigan, I need a word with you, or America, this might apply to. I am walking down the street and I smell an aroma that resembles, how can I say this? The devil's lettuce, the Snoop Dogg leaf. Do you know what I'm saying?
If you've ever had the idea for a business or event in Grand Rapids, this is your sign to bringing it to life. The more I pay attention to what's happening.
This might be one of the craziest stories I've ever talked about. Please watch and let's talk at the end.
Every track starts. Somewhere.
Dígame, papacito. A ver, mi amor. A ver. ¡Ah! ¡Tarán! Ay, a ver, vamos a ver. Oh, no me quedan, papacito. Oh, pero es que calor. Vamos a, ok. Vamos ahorita a la pulga y buscamos uno. Ok.
¿No te vas a aguantar?
No, aquí tenemos que buscar.
No, a ver si lo apretas.
Bueno,
Me pongo uno. Me pongo. Es que no son igual con los calcetines.
Ya, sí va acá. Tenga este, mire. Mejor este.
No está apretado.
No, no. A ver.
Ya ves que te quedaba.
No, esto es bien.
No te voy a comprar uno.
Alright, yeah.
No, te voy a comprar uno igualito.
Alright, alright. Tenga cuidado, me cierre la puerta, por favor. Para que no se metan las moscas. No se puede. Yeah, I pick it up.
Ahí esperamos.
Ya está, ya estoy listo yo. All right, vámonos. Vámonos.